Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, March the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, 153 in our main room. Just looking maybe for Pepe telling me that I'm good to go. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys, we're good to go in both rooms. Just a very quick Tanaka. The going down is it's like looking at these things. Okay, these are stocks that are moving down. When or how you enter is going to have to be up to you. There's no hard and fast rule. Okay, you're talking about the going down channel bar or channel. Is that what you're talking about? And a big howdy from Texas to you too. Okay, guys. Yeah, this one VCIG. No, I did not start it. I wish I had. Unbelievable. I did see it. You know what time did I get up? I had this. I had this here at. I looked at it. $13. Looked at the news. The company launches Malaysia's first NVIDIA-powered AI, et cetera, et cetera. All right. But look at the float, guys. This is probably one of the lowest floats I've seen, 290,000. So do you understand, Chinaka, there's no hard and fast rule about when you're going to enter anything. Okay. In the well, again, Tanaka, it's like looking at this thing, BATL. Okay, I mean, if you had short, I'm just going to quickly talk to Tanaka in our YouTube room. If you had shorts for this one, you'd have to make up your own mind. I mean, is it done? The next low looking left is 8. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule. I can advise you, yes, take the trade right here when it hits this level. You might want to just first of all, I don't take trades in until after 15 minutes. Almost 99% of the time, 15 minutes after the 9:30 open. Let things settle down a little bit. I'd be watching what the VWAP, what is the stock doing at the VWAP? Not this specific one, but what is the stock doing at the VWAP? What is the trade rate trying to tell you? Is it still looking weak? There's a lot of things that go into it. CANF, CANF, CANF. This is up phase 2. This is a phase 2 pop. And another low float, Israeli stock, low float. What did it get up to? Got up to 390. I'm sorry, 390, 1390, almost 14. Big pullback, big pullback. Again, a Texan, there's no such thing as what float is good, okay? I mean, if you're looking for stocks that are really going to move, obviously the lower the float, you're going to get incredible volatility. That's why VCIG, this is ridiculously low. I mean, 290,000 shares in the float is ridiculously low, but that's why a stock can be up 288%. But remember, the fact that it moved up this quickly, it can move down even more quickly just because of the float. Once the intense enthusiasm dries up and nobody wants to buy it anymore, this could drop horribly. So it's not a matter of what float is good. And it all depends on what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading Apple with 14 billion in the float, you might think 100 million shares is low. But this is a very, very, very low float. Maybe the lowest I've ever seen. DLXY. Look, there's only usually one reason a stock can be up. VCIG is up 250%. CANF is up 84%. DLXY up 78%. Well, look at the float, 4.7 million. I used to consider, well, I still do, anything under 20 million, a low float. I had to sort of revise my thinking because, I mean, it's still low, but we see so many stocks now with like 5 million and under. 5 million used to be insanely low. Now we're getting so many stocks with less than a million, which is almost ridiculous. So getting back to the DLXY, I actually flashed this. For instance, this is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. I won't even try to find shares available. So it's possible I won't even be able to buy this on the long side. I don't see any news on this one. Singaporean stock. AIFF. Another, if you'd asked me 5 years ago, 12.8 million in the float, I'd say that is really, really, really low. Okay. Now it's almost, oh well. Yeah, I see the ADVV right here, ADVV popping, and look at that, 580,000 in the float. Taiwan, out of Taiwan. Well, I still want to see. I want to see them, Niall. I don't want to just because this has such a low float. It's not that I don't want to see them. Okay. So I mean, in theory, if something had 100,000 in the float, I'd still want to see it. Uh, Guys, I missed the big news of the day, though. Look at this. Look at IBIT. Look at Bitcoin. What a surge. 71,400. So this is IBIT. And that is, let's see, what is that high? I mean, I'm just using IBIT as sort of a proxy for looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin right now, as we speak, is $71,400. Okay. So, and it's up $3,200. So big, big surge for Bitcoin overnight. Let's take a look here. That is 4057. So it's almost there. I mean, if it takes that out, if we look at support and resistance for IBIT, this is a little earnings play, guys. EOLS is an earnings play. It is now I look left, I see all sorts of areas it could stall. So, I wish the next high looking left was up here around 670. Doesn't mean it's going to stall at all these areas, but it becomes less attractive to me. So how's Adverb doing here? ABVB, let's see. Wow, I don't think I really saw this one. This one, another one of these unbelievable guys. I mean, this stock 2 weeks ago was at a low of 15 cents. 15 cents. We're at 616 now. Now, almost, 2.5 weeks ago. That's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, that week it went from, I don't really remember seeing this one. I mean, the volume, I know why. I mean, yes, it had the big volume day here when it had 7.2 million. Then after that, it was like 217,000, 33,000. I mean, the volume just tailed off. And of course, not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. And I see, I see. So this is a reverse split yesterday. I'm sorry, this was a reverse split. This is old news. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm just looking at my headlines here and I clicked on that, but that was on the 26th, February 26th. I'm sorry, that was, yeah, February 26th. So that started trading with the 1 for 20 reverse split on the 20th. Okay. So that has a lot to do with it. So, before they had about 10 million in the float, but then the ratio is 1 to 20. So divide that by 20, you get about five. I'm going to call that 500,000. Now, MOBX, I wonder if this will have another little run in it. I mean, it was a tremendous one yesterday, another one that started at 38 cents and got up to 125. I know Obi was talking about it all day yesterday. MobX might have another run. Interesting though, look at the float here. I mean, 89 million. I mean, it's not excessively high, but it's certainly not low. So that was a tremendous move yesterday on that float. The news on that one, company announced the receipt of a production purchase order for components used. Okay, so this is obviously all about defense. It's a defense stock. I was looking for another ZD today, William, but I don't see one. I don't see any high-priced one that is really moving. Look at the ZD. I mean, I wish I obviously didn't hold the whole thing. Unfortunately, look how beautiful that was in terms of where it closed. Basically, you could have held that all day, just about. Once it settled down after the first couple of hours, look where it closed, down at 41.40, almost right at the low. This is an earnings play, guys. It has some volume. GTLB, GitLab has some volume, trading lower after the company reported Q4 financial results and issued guidance, Flora. It's all about the guidance. Remember, it's all about the guidance. So, plus multiple analysts lowered their price targets. It's always. I mean, they're lowering their price target. So Rosenblatt from 55 to 43. It's still a $23 stock. Cowen, what are they lowering it to? A target of 29. Guggenheim, maintaining a buy, but that probably means, yeah, they're reducing it from 60 to 50. So most of these guys, these analysts, they still have targets above the current price and just reduced their original price targets. Who's your broker, Matt M? Who's your broker? It's unusual only if you have maybe Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero. I would say that most. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, but this is their phrase. Will be available to short if we can find them for you, as opposed to a complete. Oh, really? You have one of those prop firms? Really interesting. Probably not a bad idea though, not to. You mean ADVB, Alan? Well, you can see it right here. Okay, ADV. You can see it right here. It's in my top changes from the close yesterday. So you can see. I mean, anything. It's the top 15. Top 15 in terms of percentage moves. So you can see ADVB right here. Well, it's not a scan, is it? Well, okay. I mean, semantics. I'm sharing this, okay? It's on my homepage. It's just the pre-market actives up. So it's not technically, it's not a scan, like it's not a real-time alert. It's but it's gonna, it's something that is moving. It's gonna pop in here, and you'll start to see it, moving up the list. Now, how easy would it be to catch something like this? Probably not easy. It's moving very quickly. But now at least we know about it, and now we can see if it's going to set up later. So if you want it, I mean, that's what I do every day. Okay, and I look for the ones that are up the most and down the most. Ah, Sorry. You have to scroll down. Unfortunately, I had that still in the cache. Okay, so just click on my homepage link. Scroll down a bit, okay? I know I've got all that stuff. So just scroll down a bit. Click on my homepage link, and it's right here. Okay. Whoops. Down here, pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. That's all I do. Okay. Now, it's not a matter of do I take these in the pre-market? Typically, no, and it's not because I don't want to, but a lot of times the move has already been made, and my time zone is not great for that. I'm in Vancouver, so by the time I'm seeing these things, a lot of times these moves, though this one, but it's a real gamble. I could have taken this one at 15. I was up in time. I could have taken this at 15. Obviously, had I known I was going to get the 33, sure, I would have. Yeah, there are a lot of shares available also. For me, 4 million shares for GTLB. This is an earnings play. Yeah, what a move, right, William, for the all the Bitcoin plays or crypto plays. There's another one on the move here, guys. TRNR. Another one just on the move. You can see it right here. But you see what happens. A lot of these things, they have like a very, very quick pop. So don't think you could have got it right here, with enough shares and then offloaded right here with enough shares. It's almost impossible. These things are moving so quickly. So now the idea is, okay, is it going to settle down a little bit and then have another run? So it's called pre-market actives down. Okay, Alan. So they're called pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. Okay, so just scroll down, do the scans, and they're called pre-market actives up right here, pre-market actives down right here. Okay. Well, when you say to catch it, you can see it. I'm not, it depends what you mean by catching it. Again, I don't think if you think, I mean, I'm just talking in general now, but here's TRNR. Now, if you this probably went up so quickly, so rapidly, in order to get enough shares at this level and get and offload them up here, very, very difficult, if not impossible. Okay, when you say catch, okay, well, there's there they are. Okay, this is all I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up, pre-market actors down. Finding the ones that doesn't mean, of course, that here's I didn't talk about this one, the SHMD. This is not an earnings play. So I mean, this has this, it's a German stock, 14 million in the float. Here's your news. We don't know if that news is going to sustain it once the 930 happens. I look left and I see, okay, if it can take out 819, it's got a lot of room. Okay, look left on this daily chart. So I'll put a price alert in that area. Maybe if it can take that out, it has room to move before it hits that next high in the daily chart. Now, just because if it hits this level doesn't mean it's going to get all the way up there, but at least we're sort of seeing the ones that are moving in the pre-market and maybe setting up areas that you might like to like price alerts at areas that you might like to see it. All right, guys, 919. So I already did a little checking. Let's take a look at XLE. I just want to see the major sectors, some of the major sectors. Financials are still below the 200-day moving average. Of course, the market was down. Market rallied. I mean, the market did rally. I mean, the Dow was down. I'm not sure if, what it was down at its peak down, 1,400 maybe, 1,100, 1,100, 1,200. Anyway, it only closed down 400. The SPY, I know, was down about 12 or 13, and it only closed down 6. So I mean, the market did have a nice rally. I just want to see the other one that was discretionary was underneath the 200-day also. Yeah, still underneath the 200-day. Yeah, so I think it's just right now we've got this two major ones, especially financials underneath the 200-day moving average. Now, technology, let's take a look at that. That is going to be really close. So you can see what happened. It got below the 200-day yesterday, but it did close above it. But boy, technology is starting to breach that 200-day moving average. This is this is a financing, I believe. CRGY. Yeah, this is a financing. Well, I looked at this hard and fast right up here. Trading lower after the company announced the pricing of a $600 million private placement. I don't know what the price is. It says announcing pricing, but where? I'm not sure what the price is. And that's the CRGY. That's a big thumping down so far. Okay, so this is okay. I apologize, Alan. So what you're seeing here, if you load my, not everybody likes the display like this. So this is what you're seeing if you load this. Okay, okay. If you load the pre-market actives up in grid format, in order to turn it into like the big symbols, which you just right click and say and click on show tree map. Okay, then you'll get it in in this display. Okay, it's the tree map in both of them. Some people just like the grid format still, okay? So that's why I didn't put it in I put it in tree map when I saved it to my homepage. But yeah, it's just a matter of a show tree map. All right, guys, I'm going to now get my 9:30 layout up and running. So first thing I do, as always, file, save my layout. Next step, Windows, close all. Next step, file, load layout. Wow, Bitcoin now up 4,000. Well, now up 3,400. So that was okay, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the top 6 from that list I had before. The pre-market actives up. I had 15. These are the top 6. Just looking to see if anything new is showing up. And the answer is no. 5.5.69 sounds like you should. I don't even know what my. You should have that. So when you click when you right click on a when you right click on a top list window, show tree map is not one of the options. Only in the top list window, right? Not in an alert window. Really? Hmm. Not sure why. I really, Alan, I have no idea why it's not. Because yeah, but the latest you're on 5.5.69, okay? And I mean, I'm on a development version, so you're not that far behind my development version. You know, I'm on 5.07. 7. Yeah, you're probably outdated. I'm sorry. I thought that said, yeah, you're gonna have to probably update more than likely. Okay. I mean, you're not gonna have 5.5.7, but certainly I don't know how long ago that is, that 5.5. It's possible that's the reason. I guess I would think that's the reason. I mean, we've had tree map for a long time now, but I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to have it displayed like this if you don't want to. But as Pepe is saying, if you want to have tree map and maybe some other thing, I have no idea what you're missing. You know, from 5.5 to 5.7, I have no idea. But obviously, tree map is one of them. And you can see the AIFF is on the run here, guys. Firefly, 24 expansion of its commercial footprint. And it's a low float. Yeah, it's a low float, but not crazy low. I mean, you could do this. Okay. I mean, you could go change from the close of 3, whatever minimum you want, and then max minus 3, and you could combine it into 1 if you want. Okay. For instance, this one. Oh, this is okay. You could do that. All you have to do is so this is up 3%, or at least, or down at least 3%. If I put minus 3 here, does that make sense? I probably have to expand the number, but I don't even know what it's going to show me. But you see, when I click on the summary, stock has to be up at least 3% or down at least 3%. So I've combined them. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to see, because I probably have to expand the number of stocks. But I'm also sorting on the change from the close. So I'm not probably I'm going to have to, yeah. But there is a way. Yes, there is a way. Plus, I've got to get that build is from 2023. Wow. Okay, guys, we got about 30 seconds to the 9:30 open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So 2023. So we're 3 years, maybe not 3 whole years, but quite a while ago. You should upgrade. All right, guys, we are now open. So there is some economic data, I think, coming out that might affect the market short term. There is, yeah, ISM service, ISM, S&P Global. I mean, I have no idea what sort of effect it's going to have. It's not going to be a massive effect, but look at the ETSA, guys, EDSA. Look at the ETSA, challenging 5 again. This was the one, if you were in the room yesterday, I was saying, boy, if this ever takes out that high, look out. And that's what it did, and look what it did. It closed right at the high of the day. I don't know don't know what it did in after hours, but I didn't take it. I wasn't really around for when it did that. Meanwhile, VCIG just got halted on the way down. Boy, Bitcoin's up 4,000 now. Boy, this has been a tricky one though, our cat. I mean, look at this. 1581, 1475. Look at that range in that this is a 2-minute candle. 2-minute bar. So I guess our oil prices subsiding somewhat. Here's American Airlines. Ford on the move, guys. Not an earnings play. Ford is on the move. Look at that float, 3.9 billion in the float. So it's going to the high yesterday was 1318. You know what? I mean, if this takes this out, certainly has enough room. The thing is, of course, with that float, you're going to need a ton of volume to move it. So when you look at this headline, you would think, okay, this is not good. February U.S. sales down 5.5% to 150,000 vehicles. That's Ford, but it's popping. Question in our YouTube room about Palantir, PLTR. Well, like a lot of stocks right now, trying to recover from the last few days. But yeah, I mean, Palantir, the next high looking left is 155. So 156 or so. So it certainly has room. Another one with, very wide, wide range in that first 2-minute bar. I don't trade, Val. I don't trade stocks typically over $100, but I mean, that doesn't mean you shouldn't. There is a 200-day way up here. Cheap earnings play, guys. EOLS. Where could it go on the weekly chart? Actually, it's got room on a weekly chart. 681. Okay. Remember, I put this price alert for SHMD Schmidt. It just ran too much. But look at the spread. Too early. I mean, look at that spread. 825, 844. Way too bad. Not good. So Mara, of course, we're most of the crypto plays are going to be going crazy today with that surge in crypto. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. Back. Well, look at Mara now, though. I mean, this is why, you talk about trading in the first 15. It's one of the reasons why. I mean, sure, I'm going to miss something that just rips right from the beginning. But look at Mara right now. I mean, this got up to what? 944 and right back down to 9. And you can just see what happened with crypto. If you're going to trade any of the crypto stocks and you don't have, like, you don't have BTC up somewhere, you can always look at IBIT. Okay. Not saying they're all going to follow, but look, we had the high up here for IBIT. Excuse me. So I guess VCIG just opened, guys. So this would be, if you had shorts available and it wasn't so volatile, you're looking at this and you see how this is turned orange and it's below the VWAP. That could be that, if it'd been a different type of a stock, not so volatile, you might be looking at this and going, okay, I'm going to short this. And you put your stop just over the VWAP and see if it works. No guarantee anything is going to work like that. But I mean, that is sort of an idea. Okay, now let's take a look at some of now with the market doing this. Okay, with the market starting to do this, like a mini sell-off. Okay, there's nothing, it's not huge or anything, but let's see if it goes negative. It's through the VWAP. I'd be looking at some of these. Okay, these are the large cap movers. Here's Macy's. For whatever reason, Macy's is on the move. Vice President Preston acquires 11,400 shares of Macy's. So that's an insider buy. But I'd be looking at this and if it struggles try to get through that whole number of 19, and if the market starts to do this, I'd be looking at a short of Macy's. So silver is having a little bit of a move today, guys. After two big down, I mean, it's moving down now, but it's at least positive. After two big down days, three big down days, really, two like big down days, like 8%, 7% down. And look at the RCAT. Remember, we were just looking at the look at this. I mean, this is a difficult intraday trader, in my opinion. I see the ASNS right here. Okay, so this is the only scan. This is a what we call a compare count window. I'm comparing two competing scans, one moving up, one moving down. It's the only one that I have less than $1. And so here's the ASNS. Most virtually all my scans are at least minimum price is $1. This one I have 50 cents. So here's the ASNS. Sunrun, which just got blasted a few days ago on earnings. Look at that. What a shellacking it took. It went from 20 down to 11 over 3 days on earnings. Trying to have a little bit of a comeback. Solar stock, of course. Checking the sectors quickly, guys. So the weakest sector right now is energy, XLE. That's the weakest center down as sector. 1.4% from yesterday's close. These are some of the major sectors we're looking at. And again, here's gold and silver at the top. Even semis are, mildly positive. There goes. So VCIG halted again on the way down. Halted. Whoa. Oh no, actually, CANF is halted because of news. There is don't get too many news halts here. Usually they're all volatility halts. I would say, out of 100, they're probably 99 are volatility, even more. But this is a news halt for CANF. I mean, it had news this morning. A company announced that its phase 2A study evaluating this drug for advanced pancreatic, etc. It was positive news, but now, positive release, but now there is actual news. So now, being a news halt, don't know how long it's going to be halted. Out of Israel. Well, shorting pops again, guys. I mean, that seems to be the theme over the last few weeks. Now, again, why this is a kind of a cool race. It's a large cap race, and these stocks have to be near the high when we're seeing them. So when the market's doing this, depending how negative it gets, and you see some large cap stocks near the high, you got to watch them. All right, Box is an earnings play, guys. Box is an earnings play. BOX, it's positive right now, but it's starting to drift down. Box is an earnings play. Wow, EDSA. Now, if you're wondering, well, you don't see EDSA here. Remember, I have a bunch of charts on my other monitor that are thumbnail that I keep an eye on. EDSA is definitely one of them. Now, run, I mean, okay, it's broken above that high, which is 1203. The next high is 1312. If the market weren't doing this, this would be very interesting to, I mean, it still may run. Corey, you have Centerpoint, right? Or Cobra, or Centerpoint or Cobra? Because probably most of us could not short VCIG. I think Corey went short though. He's, as I was saying earlier, if you had shorts available, you could take the short just underneath the VWAP, put the stop above the VWAP in a typical stock. Okay, I mean this is pretty volatile. So boy, look at RCAT now, guys. RCAT is really starting to charge down. Took out yesterday's low. The next low is 1255. Okay, now here's a silver play. So if I'm going to take this short, I mean it's up 10%. I don't think there's any new. Oh, wait a minute, there is some news. After the company sells stake in Turkey's copper mine. Okay, so but silver, my guess, is going to watch. I'll look at silver. Silver, yeah. I mean, silver. It's been kind of choppy, moving down. Probably taking SSRM with it a bit. So the only reason I wouldn't hop on this one immediately is because it did have news of that sale. So it's up a lot. So it's not just falling because silver is falling a little bit. There's still some could be some enthusiasm for this stock because of they had some specific news. Now up here would have been an awesome short, but okay, this is an earnings play, guys. BGS is an earnings play, and while on a monthly chart, it certainly has some room. What about on a weekly chart? Can't see. So there was a high sometimes right here. That's 691. That was back in May of last year. Okay, and so BGS is an earnings play. Okay, now this one was, I think it was pretty choppy yesterday, HROW. Yeah, well, not choppy so much, but look what it got down. It got down to 37.46, but it closed right at the. I'm sorry, excuse me, this is today. I mean, it was a earnings play, and it basically closed right at the low of the day. Okay, now what it's doing right now, it's challenging that 200-day moving average. So will that stop it? There was an earnings play yesterday, got hammered down on earnings. It's trying to have a little bit of a recovery, but the 200-day moving average, let's call it 40. Okay, will that stall it? A lot of shorts available for me, 1.39 million. So certainly opportunity to potentially short this one if it cannot. Excuse me, if it cannot get through that 200-day moving average, and that's the HROW. Guys, BGS on the move, guys. BGS on the move. Again, it has room. Not saying it's getting there, but 689 or so is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. You can see BGS here. If you have our AI, you know what I'm talking about also. Another earnings play, guys. RIGL, another earnings play, and it is, didn't really see this in the pre-market. Maybe it wasn't down enough. Remember, I only see the top 15 down, so I guess now it's down 11%. Before it was not. So this is kind of interesting. Let's see what happens here. On a monthly chart, see, that's what it got down to, 2808, and it got down to that level earlier. I mean, it's popped from that level. It got down to 2808 in the pre-market. Actually, not the pre-market, at 946, and it is popped a little bit. So that monthly low right there is trying to hold it, trying to act as support. Now, beat 182 is the next high in the weekly chart, and then after that, 208. So, yeah, for me, between 175 and 2, for me, there could be too much resistance. I mean, you look at a monthly chart and it's awesome, but I'm just looking left on that weekly chart, so it just sort of takes out of something I really want to trade. I know it's an AI alert, but okay, just a stock just over the whole number. I love these. So GPGI. GPGI, same thing. Look at that. Looking left, there's a high there. That's very close. If that was the high looking left at 24, I'd probably be a lot more interested. GPGI. All right, guys. Now Galaxy. This is 23. You know what? It's probably not going to happen today, but I'm going to put a price alert around 23.25 for GLXY. See if it takes that out at some point. I mean, it might do it today because if it does, it's got a ton of room. So here's an example, DLXY. This stock was soaring in the pre-market, but it's not doing anything now. So just because a stock is soaring in the pre-market doesn't mean it's going to keep doing that. It's still up 33%, but complete capitulation now. GoPro, GPRO. Are you kidding? This is GoPro? Man, remember when this was the rage? So under a dollar, 96 cents now, trying to make a little bit of a move. Boy, oh boy. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, all these little, the indie, uh, somebody's talking about I'm sorry, the battalion BATL. They're all these little oil plays. This was not. I don't think this was ever shortable for me. Yeah, too bad. All right, so this CANF is still halted for news. CANF still halted for news. Bitcoin play or crypto play XYZ. This has not had any sort of a pullback like the Maras and the riots and all. This had earnings a few days ago. They slashed jobs, cut jobs. All right, guys. Well, SSRM is now starting to give it up. Okay, so let's see. I want to see how well it holds underneath 32. And it might take this short. I want to see how well it holds over 32, under 32. Well, it certainly didn't. Give me a moment. Well, I'll put my price alert. I do have another price alert. I'll put it down. Well, it triggered, but I'm going to put another price alert for this SSRM underneath 32, around 30, 31.80. See if it takes it out again. But that was a nice, that certainly did not move down. It's too bad because lots of room on the daily chart, lots of room. Yeah, so the SR, I think probably the SSRM was probably affected a little bit by the SPY. So the SPY now is popping again. Looks like the sell is over for a while. Sell off is over for a while. So probably going to get a lot of these large cap stocks. So there's Macy's. Remember this one from yesterday, guys? This was a fantastic one from yesterday. Inta, it kept moving higher, higher, higher. Closed at the high yesterday. Oh, look at this. I mean, look at the room it's got. INTA. Looking left, 33.40. I'm not saying it's getting there, but boy, it has got a ton of room. I sort of remember this one yesterday not having a great spread. And right now, 30.60, not a great spread, a 30-cent spread. Oh, look at MobX. Looks like that's over. Underneath the dollar now. Yeah, I just don't like that spread. I'd love to take this short, but 28.50, 28.98. It's a tough spread to commit to. I mean, and it's getting close to that low again. The low right there is 28, around 28. So it's challenging that low again. RIGL. Fluence. This has been a very active stock. Fluence. Let's take a look at this one over the whole number, but look left. Look at all the little areas it could stall. Last week's high was 60. I mean, look, if you look at a weekly chart, 1694 was last week's high. So if you look at that as opposed to all these little areas that it could stall, then I guess it's got some room. All right, guys, 10:03. So you know what that means. Time to go over my homepage and all the information you can find on it, including the scans and races, etc., that I am currently sharing. All right, so here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only. The first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter what plan you choose, either a standard or our premium service. Okay, you'll get 15% off the first month only for the entire year. All I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I'm moderating two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. I call it the main room, trading room. If you're sitting in YouTube right now, this is a way more. I mean, you can stay in YouTube if you want, obviously, but this is a way more active room, and the room is a lot more action or interaction amongst other traders in the room. Also, this room was open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little too early for me. But Obi does that 6:45. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always saying later if there are questions. But even when I take off, William in the trading room usually will keep the room open after I leave. Most of the time, he seems to be keeping it open to 3:45, but that's up to him. He'll let us know. So on the big day, it's open from 6:45 to 3:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. And if you scroll down a little bit more, Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you take out a subscription, first thing to do, click on that education section, click on the more info, and scroll down a little bit. First thing you must do, this is mandatory. You take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. First thing you must do is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? Covering most of the key elements of the product. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. And so you can always try us for a month. You know, month to month is that's all it is. It's just a month to month subscription. You can cancel at any time. Okay. And last, if you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. If you don't have any idea what the chart is trying to tell you, then Trade Ideas is not going to help. Last, if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, custom scans. So here they are. Now, they're not all scans. This is a race, a large cap race right here. This is the movers to the upside versus downside movers, okay? These are all real-time alerts that you're seeing. If it's in green, it meant it made a new high. If it's in red, made a new low. There are other filters in place, but that's the gist of it. This is another race. I don't have it up and running, but it's a much more volatile race. You will see, if you have this race up and running, you will see stocks that are moving sometimes 2, 4, or 10% in that race. Doesn't mean this is bad, okay? I mean, remember the run. The run, when we were last looking at it, was, I think, 12.15. It's at 12.40 now. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay? The pre-market actors up and down. It's going to show you the top 15 stocks up in terms of percentage move from the day before with my filters in place, the price range I like to see. And the reverse is the ones that are moving down. And it'll be the top 15 movers down. I also have, this is the halts resumes. This is super active today. Yesterday was hardly active at all. And here are 3 other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. I don't have them up. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I've decided to really pare down what I want to see. But you might, but something, a momentum scan might be, I mean, this is sort of a momentum scan right here. But you can take a look at them. And this is a trading room. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you there, but I can direct you to the people who can. The more questions that you have for me, the more interested I am in keeping this room open, okay? All right, so William is going to keep the room open until at least 3:45 or so. He says there are plenty of after-hours earnings. Yeah, it's amazing, William. I don't think we're never really, I mean, we don't get all the name ones, but man, oh man, I'm still getting a ton of earnings plays. Here's one, guys. For instance, Wix.com. It's at the high of the day. Okay, here's one. Interesting. WIX over the VWAP. Okay, here's a crypto play. HUT is a crypto play. So let's take a look at HUT on the move here. And, crypto's still up, not quite 4,000, but a lot of these stocks are not moving down with IBIT. I mean, look at the room it's got. $56, 56.37. But you have to believe, I'd be watching IBIT at the same time, even though, there's IBIT trying to make another little move. This is an earnings play, guys. National Vision. This is an earnings play, but wow. Look at, 30 is a real block here. Look, if it got to 30, that'd be great from 28.48. But look at this monthly chart, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sort of 6 months, and maybe, we're all around that 30 level. All right, so GitLab is an earnings play, and it has been, it had the big drop in the pop, hanging right around the VWAP, guys, right around the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you're looking at this and thinking, okay, maybe the VWAP's going to hold it. The VWAP is at, let's call it 24.30. You put a stop just a little under and see if it holds it. But remember, it is an earnings play, and it's not good. It's still down 8%, even though, it is not down as much as it was before. The market is certainly, though I don't think the market's really helping a stock like this. It's earning, it's on its own. But bounce plays right now for stocks that were moving down earlier through no fault of their own. In other words, it wasn't a bad earnings play. They had no bad news. It was just a matter of, moving down with the rest of the market. Probably some pretty decent looking bounce plays now. Now, I was dumping all over DLXY earlier, but look at it now. DLXY, it is starting to come back. DLXY. So, Turo in our YouTube room. Well, CANF is still halted, I believe. Yeah, it's halted. So it's halted for news. You just have to wait for the news. This can't be well, I didn't say it can't be the news, but this news was already available in the pre-market. So I don't know why it would be halted for this, unless there's something else they're going to say. But we already knew this. That's why it had already moved higher. But it is halted for more. I don't know if there's more news or just a rehash of that. All right, guys. Best Buy had a great earnings release yesterday. Let's see, and it looks like it's a continuation play. Okay, it's above the high yesterday. Best Buy, BBY. Wow, did that ever move? My alert was at what, 822? And that was the SHMD. And it got right into that high, right there. Look at that. I wonder if that'll stall it. It is shortable for me. 240,000 shares available. Will that stall it? It's right at that high. If it doesn't stall it there, 967 is the next high. And then we're talking about the SHMD. It had some news. All right, guys. Now, I might be getting interested in this VGS. This is on a re-entry from our AI, guys. A re-entry. You can see what happened. We had the alert early. It was very good. But, you should never have allowed it to hit the stop, but it hit the stop. And then it got halfway between the stop and the original alert price. So we have an alert right there. Just give me one moment, please. All right, now, guys, this okay. I've got to watch this GitLab right now. GTLB, look what it's doing. It is starting to curve down a little bit, little orange in the little sell flag there, little orange. It's right at the VWAP, okay, right at the VWAP. Yeah, 4 million shares available to short for me, so that's not an issue. I'm just watching it right here. I want to see if it continues to make its move down. What I'd like to see, maybe get down to, I don't know, 24.17 or so, that low. Make sure it clears the VWAP. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say make sure. I mean, just because if it got there doesn't mean it's absolutely 100% going to clear it and move down. But remember, it's weak. I mean, it's an earnings play. So even though it had a nice little recovery, for all the reasons it was down, they're still apparent. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Let's see if GitLab gets going down. Now, I don't love taking these just a little over the whole number, but we shall see. Come on. Battling at that whole number, guys. It's battling at the whole number. Talking about the GTLB. There's a low right there at 23.97. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to cover some right here, okay? Just because, they can't get through that whole number. And I'm talking about the GTLB. But I'm still holding some just in case it does. But that whole number has, just looking here, that's all I'm looking at right now. The time and sales, rapidly it's trading. When you say it disappeared, what do you mean it disappeared? It's halted. You know that. If you don't know that, it's halted for news. PJ, maybe you don't know that. It's halted because of news. Halted at 9:43. And 9:43 was halted for news. Don't really know what the news is because, what I'm looking here, this is news this is just a rehash of the news we saw in the pre-market, surging on successful cancer drug study. So I don't know what other news they're going to come out with. Maybe an elaboration of it. I really don't know. Come on, GTLB. You want to get down. You want to get underneath that 24. Wow, I did not. That was a nice move. HROW, nice move so far. Did not take this one. No, that was ANF, PJ, not CANF. Maybe keep an eye on this one. I had this on my list. I don't think I talked about it this morning. I'm looking right now. I see it's on my list of stocks that I had noticed. The CVU received an order totaling $6 million for airborne pods, whatever they are. Okay. Kind of choppy though, very, very choppy. Come on, GTL. It's just a number. It's just a number. It's a whole number, but it's just a number. Get through it. All right, so I had a price alert for Galaxy for some reason in this area. Why? Look at that. I was saying maybe we won't get through that today, but we should put a price alert. But look at this. Look at this. The high right there is 23.49. So we're very close to that high. Takes that out. was an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings a few days ago, couple of weeks ago, I guess. Would have some room. There's the CanF news. Boy, anybody with shorts on this one, still risky, was still a bit risky, but still. But the VCIG. All right, what is the CanF news? Announces the exercise of warrants for about $4 million. And why would they halt it for that? I mean, is that newsworthy in terms of a halt? I guess so. I mean, now correct me if I'm wrong, William. The company requests a halt, right? It's the companies who request a halt on something like that because of news. I mean, does that seem like, such startling news that it had to be halted for, well, it's going to be probably, I don't know when it's officially going to open, but, for an hour or so. I mean, it got halted at 9:43. We're at 10:30 now. You would say so? Okay. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones. Okay, here's Cypher, guys. Crypto play. Okay, crypto play. CIFR, obviously moving with crypto, etc. Wow, crypto's now up 4,500. So these crypto plays are still alive. The next high looking left, 1621. If it can get through 1621 or so, then the next high is almost 1685. So there would be some room. So El Turu in our YouTube room. So you bought that before the halt? Or right at the, I mean, what did it get to? It got up to, you bought it right before the halt? Well, good luck when it comes out of the, hopefully it'll work for you. They're doing, it's a financing, so hopefully it works out for you. Talking to El Turu in our YouTube room. Okay, this GTLB is starting to wear me out a little bit here. It's still, it's still teasing around that 24 level. Interesting day in the large cappers, guys. Why interesting? Because you notice there's a top 10 list has been built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Normally, we see some stock winning multiple races, 3, 4, 5, 6. There hasn't been a stock yet in the large cap that has won more than one race. Look at them all at one. That is, can't recall a day like that. Okay, guys, you won GTLB, so I'm out of it. I know you guys think I'm crazy for looking at those whole numbers, but man, it got right into 24 and could not break it. Some of you think I'm crazy. Maybe for other reasons, but so is there a time that 10F is supposed to start trading. Did somebody say 1040? Monica, did you say somebody say 1040? Shoot. Oh, the CANF. I thought somebody said indicated that it might open at 1040. Maybe it wasn't you. I don't think it was William. You know what? I should have been looking at this one. I wasn't. This BF.B. I sort of dismissed it because of the dot B. I should not have. It's just kind of I don't know what. It's an earnings play. Does a share designation, I guess. So it's not appearing on the halt list. Okay. So it's still up in the air when it's going to open. I think I'm just too late to. Well, first of all, are there shorts available? Yeah, lots of shorts. I'm talking about the BF.B. For some reason, I just thought this would be kind of a weird thing to trade, but it's just like a stock showing up in Interactive Brokers, just like a stock. I thought it would be some kind of a weird thing, but it's not. A lot of volume. All right, HOG, HOG, over the whole number. Harley Davidson, over the whole number, has got a little bit of room. There's room till 1960 before it hits that next high. So it's probably, more or less, it's not an earnings play. Had earnings a little about 3 weeks ago, February 10th. Earnings play. I didn't know this was an earnings play. Bath and Body Works, guys. BBWI, earnings play, moving down underneath that whole number. The next low looking left, 21. Wow, it's got room. Okay, I'm watching this one like a hawk here. I want to see this one. I'd like to get it in the high 80s. It might not give it to me. Talking about shorting this BBWI. Boy, where's that brick wall I can run into? My goodness, that BFWB. Tremendous short. Don't look now. GTLB at 24 again. I might take a look at it again. Taking out 24. Oh man, BFW. So what is the designation of this? Anybody? I'm just not too up on why it would be called a dot B. I know it's probably some kind of a share designation, but certainly it's trading a lot. In other words, is there a BF? There's not. There is a BF. No, there is not. Just a class of the stock. Is there a BF.A? There is. Okay, so this is off. I mean, this is moving down also, but obviously not nearly the amount of volume. 78,000 shares. Oh man, that's I missed this one completely. That's too bad. It's from the Williams scan. Now, on the Williams scan, to be honest, it was potentially a long at the beginning, but and it just turned around. Well, on that daily chart, there is I mean there's some couple of lows right there at 26.72. There's another low underneath at 26. So you're saying 26.78. So that is a couple of lows right there, William. I'm sure you know that. That's why you're saying that. Actually, the low is 26.73 and 26.70. So maybe that'll hold it. Maybe you're looking for a bounce. Man. All right, guys. Today is Wednesday. You know what that normally means. So just give me a moment. I want to confirm. Okay, guys. So on Wednesdays between 12 and 1, the CEO of Trade Ideas, look at that, 26.70. Are you really going to take it? I mean, it is just that's the best short I've seen today. Why? Because look at it. I mean, it is straight down. Even if you didn't get it early, I mean, 28.79. Look at that. Now it's gone a little parabolic. That's the only issue right now. Oh, okay. Jack Daniels, and I didn't know that. Canadian Mist. Yeah, well, a lot of liquor. And you talk about an old school company, 1870. So they're probably I guess they are the original producers of Jack Daniels, I guess. I'm familiar with some of the other ones also. Wow. Well, at some point, you're probably right. It's going to bounce at some point, but where? I mean, now we're looking at 26.10 is the next low looking left. Give me a moment, guys. Wow. I mean, okay. I mean, keep an eye on it around the 26 mark. I mean, there are a couple of daily lows right there. We're talking about the BF.B. All right, so Steve is going to check to make sure Dan is going to do his thing between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So again, for those of you who don't know, for the last quite a few Wednesdays, several months anyway of Wednesdays, well, not several months of Wednesdays, but several months on a Wednesday, Dan has been, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, has been doing his own YouTube stream between 12 and 1. So it's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions, okay? Just give me a moment, guys. All right, well, there's the GTLB underneath. Do I dare? Do I dare take it? Wow. I mean, this is that. Okay. I mean, we're at 26 now, guys. Maybe the bounce. Maybe the bounce. Maybe the bounce. Here's 26. But you're going to wait to 26. What are you waiting for? 26.24. 26.24. So you're going to wait to see if it gets up to 26.24. All right. I'm going to put a price alert on 26.21. See if it gets there. I may join you. Ooh, it happened so quickly. Shoot. It happened so quickly. Okay, is it a baseball bat sound, Prez? Is it like a baseball bat? Like the sound of a base of a bat hitting a baseball? Is that the sound? Prez? Oh, it's yours. Oh, okay. There's no easy way, okay? The only way you can do it is, first of all, click on new, okay? Click on new, and then click on show. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Click on Windows, okay, and then click on Show All, okay, Show All, because you may have an alert window that you're not aware of that is you're not seeing, but at least that'll show you all of your alert windows, okay. That's the first thing. Show all. Remember now, if you put a price alert in your sound alert in your this also will have a sound alert if you're using it, your price alerts window. If you have our AI, it could have a sound alert, okay? But you should see them all. Now, there's no easy way to do it. You're going to have to go through each one, right click, and click on properties, and then click on actions. Okay, so I would look at your alert windows first. Okay, actions, and then If it says play sound, it'll tell you the sound. See, I've got a female voice on this one. On my halts resumes, it'll tell you. It probably will say ding or something like that. But you're going to have to go. I don't know how many alert windows you have open. Also, your price alerts window, if you're using them, or if you have the AI. Those are all the areas in which you could have a sound alert. But you're going to have to go through them one by one. Hopefully, you don't have so many open. Now, it could be something that you didn't even know. You'd minimize, and you didn't even know it was still part of your layout. 15 windows, but are they all? You don't have to go through the top list windows, okay? Yeah, it's probably too many windows in your layout, number one. But how many alert windows do you have? You don't have to go through the top list windows. There's no sound there. Really? So so the bat here, well, that's sorry. So are you saying, I don't understand exactly, but let's go to the properties. Actually, I have it on my other one, but home run, okay. But so I know I added this one, the Windows ding, but are you saying you guys don't have the same? I have the development folder, I get it, but and I know I added that was because I had a problem not getting, I don't know what it was, I can't remember anymore. I wanted the ding and it wasn't available somehow. But don't you guys still have all these? So when I'm sharing this, I mean, I've got the bat as my, but I try to take the sound alerts off. Okay, I do. But are you trying to tell me that even though, I mean, I'm gonna cancel out of this. Where is it? No, it must be on the web. Okay, home run. Are you trying to say that if I clicked home run, which I've got here, and I gave it to you guys, that instead of it selecting home run from my folder? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that just, of course, is, I always try to remember not to have a sound alert on things that I'm sharing, which I don't have on this one. I don't have it. But I think what happened is, Prez, you probably had a previous, I mean, it's the same version, it's same filters, that I forgot to take the sound alert off. So even though the sound alert that I'm using is a baseball bat, Pepe is saying that it'll show up as a ding for you guys. Interesting. William, I hope you're out of it. You must be out of it. This is just unflipping believable miss by me. Just because I thought, oh well, what is this BF.B? Man. Well, I don't know how to answer that exactly. I'm hope like for what do you guys think? Okay, so some are in this Can F. I'm answering some questions from our YouTube room. and they're in this. Well, some are in it. So with that financing news, I mean, and it says it's at $5 or, I mean, usually that wouldn't be good, but I don't know. Nothing you can do anyway until it opens. Boy, short of the day. Right from here. I mean, look at that unbelievable wave down. You see how the top of the bars are still basically in contact with the bottom of the wave? That's what you want to see. Because as they start to lose contact, it starts getting more and more parabolic, which is great, of course, if you're in it up here. But you start to think that people are going to really start covering their position as it gets more and more parabolic. Because on a parabolic move, a lot of times you're going to see people trying to get a bounce on it. So it's if you're wondering, well, how would you have seen it? Well, you can see it right here, right in the upside versus downside movers. Interesting, because I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. It really didn't do much in the pre-market. Okay, so Dan, yeah, so Dan is going to start a YouTube stream at about, usually starts a little bit before noon Eastern. Okay, so as always, Pepe will probably give us the link. Okay, it's not so he does not take over my stream. He starts his own. Okay, so when I have the link, I will pop it in a YouTube room and also, of course, in the main room. So it's your opportunity to listen to the CEO of Trade Ideas and ask him some questions. I'm not saying he's going to answer them all, but you can ask him questions. Well, there's finally the bounce, and that was what, 25. I mean, that's such a psychological number. So that is a great bounce, 25, almost $1 bounce from the low. So William, I don't know what you've done. I don't know if you added to your short or took it again here. Yeah, GTLB does not want to give up. GTLB, sorry, did not want to give up 24 in any big way. They going to go down to 23.86, but I'm glad I didn't do it. Guys are talking Gemi here, GEMI. So, if you're looking for something, if you're looking for the cheaper ones that that have usually some fairly big percentage moves, you can look at the upside versus downside. This is a large cap. I want to take a look at CLAR now, KLAR, just over the whole number. Okay, now this is interesting to me. Just over the whole number. The next high looking left is about 1465. There is room. Let's see what it does here. Let's see if it pulls back a little bit into the top of the wave, which would mean about around 1410. The only issue here is the look at the relative volume. It's 0.71. Okay, this is the only. Well, it's not a scam, but the race. It's the only one where I don't put a minimum relative volume in, and it's because sometimes I want to see if I can catch them a little bit early as they're moving, so it doesn't matter the relative volume as much. But it's not trading anything abnormally today in terms of the relative volume. Now, a lot of that is skewed because of this day here, because it's looking back, and so when it compares that 40 odd million to today, it doesn't look like it's trading that abnormally. And the relative volume is a great filter that we have. It compares the so what that 0.71 means, that over it's either 10 or 14 days, I can't remember, on average, up to this time of day, 10:57. So it's not trading normally. One would be normal. Now, let's see if it has any news, okay? Other thing. So it does have some news. Klarna expands embedded resale integration with eBay. Who the heck uses eBay? To 6 new markets. Hands go up, hands come down. All right, guys. KLAR. I'm still interested in it. I'm watching this as it's trying to hold 14. It did have some news, so okay, there is some news on it. Boy, there's DLXY, guys. Was this halted? It almost I have this one thumbnailed. It wasn't even moving. It wasn't a halt. It was not halted though, but it was hardly moving. And that's the DLXY. But it's trying to break over. Well, there it is. I mean, trying to break through the VWAP. Okay. Yeah, I have no answer for that, Tom. Somebody's asking in our YouTube room. Any idea why the long halt? Oh, it's a news halt. Well, it just resumed. Okay, it just resumed. Yeah, that's not good, guys. Not for those of you who are in it. Not good. Sorry. We just opened and it's drifting down, and because that financing was around the 5 level, so that's not good for those of you who are in it around the 10 to 10.50 mark. And you can't plan for that. You can't plan for a news halt like that. Ugh. Well, where could it bounce, guys? I mean, this is not good for those of you who are in that one during the halt. Oh, I read that wrong. Okay, I'm glad. El Turo, I thought that said 3K shares at 1050. So you're only in 3 shares. Okay, that's not going to kill you. Phew. Well, the only thing, Alan, is that you cannot. I mean, that was a news halt. I mean, had it been just a volatility halt, it more than likely would not have done what it did. But a news halt, which are very rare. I mean, we don't get too many. You can't certainly can't plan for that. Phew. Well, I thought you said you had 3K shares. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room, and it was just three shares. So that's okay. Now, where could this one bounce? Okay. Come on, Klarna, do it. Do something. Move or don't, or get me out of the trade. So this is not halted now, is it? It doesn't look. It's not moving though. CanF. Well, there's a bounce, big bounce. I mean, from the bottom here, 6 up to 7. No, so I'm starting to again, change. I don't want to say my trading style, but looking at the more expensive stocks than rather than the super cheap ones, the low floaters. I'm drawn more again to the large cappers. Doesn't mean I won't take some of these really cheap low floaters, but I'm just sort of getting back into maybe taking a look at more of the large cap stocks. Market is strong. Yeah, market's strong. Look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY, we thought maybe this was the uh-oh moment, but not. From 950 on, well, we had a little drop there, but from 950 on, that was 20 minutes. I mean, that was a 20-minute drop, and if you're day trading, that could be an eternity. I think this had earnings a couple of days ago, maybe even yesterday. Surgery, SGR, yeah, had earnings yesterday. So, got hammered down on earnings, but look what it did. It got all the way down to 12.20 and it closed up here at 13, almost 14. So it had a nice recovery during the day. And now we're above yesterday's high. And that is the SGRY. Boy, you talk about a narrow wave. Look at that narrow wave on a 2-minute chart. And that's a narrow trade wave. Sorry, TI wave. Sorry, not trade wave. TI wave. Guys, you want to know how to get this wave on your charts? Just let me know, okay? I'm always surprised more people don't ask me. If you're sitting out there wondering, well, I hear them talking about this wave all the time. How do I get it onto my charts? Well, it's simple. Well, simple when you know how to do it, but it's just part of our standard service, okay? It's nothing, it's not an add-on. part of the standard service, and I can show you the steps to get it on. I really think it's a good visual aid to help you keep in trades a lot longer than you ever used to. At least that's how it's helped me. So, William, do you consider that again? Here's a company that had to sort of release the financing details mid-market, for the Can F. I mean, why do they think they had to do that mid-market? I mean, they must have known, before the market opened, or am I wrong? No, I'm talking about the wave, the blue. I'm talking about the red and the green. No, no, I'm talking about the wave, that wave that you see right here as an example, the blue wave. They're not all blue. Here's the orange wave. So remember, blue is trending higher, stronger trend. Orange, when it turns orange, that means the trend is changing. Now, Alan, you probably will not be able to, because you're on yeah, in fact, I'm almost guarantee you will not be able to do it because you're on almost a 3-year-old build. So you'd have to upgrade, okay? Because if you right click, I'm almost 100% sure. If you right click on your chart, do you have an option that says use browser interface as an example? Okay, yeah. So you really have to upgrade. There's nothing wrong. I mean, you don't, I mean, upgrading is easy. You're not going to lose all your scans that you've created before. I think I think this is yes. Okay. So that's a link. I just put the link in. Okay. There's your download link. When you click on it, um, the pro version is fine. You'll get that, I believe, but certainly you'll get it in the beta. What do you think, Pepe? How's the beta doing now? So it's not on the beta. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, you're saying no to the beta? Is that what you're saying? But the wave is on the pro version, right? Okay, don't download the beta. Okay, so Pepe seems to think that the beta has got some issues. I'm always on a development version. I don't know how that compares to the beta. I've got no issues, but okay. But this version right here, the TI Pro, that has the ability to add the wave, right? So you're talking 5.6.108. So not even there's a why is that I don't understand. So that's okay, so that is a beta, but there was a previous beta that was better. Is that what you're saying? Which was 1.08? Oh, I see. Okay. So that 108 is not the pro version. It's just a previous beta to that. All right. So where are you, Alan? So you can download that. It is a beta, but Pepe says it's very stable. It's not that beta, that's all. So the 104 does lack some features. Okay. Okay. So Alan, once you've done that, so download that. You know what we're talking about, right? Where are you? So download this version right here. Okay, download this version right here. Once you've downloaded it, let me know, and then I'll show you how to get the TI Wave up and running. Okay. Well, guys, this is the one that I know I mentioned this one yesterday, and of course the day before, because it was an AI play from us the day before. It was a really nice one. I thought this might be very similar. Well, it is similar to AXTI in terms of the substrate, but it's a lot more risky than AXTI. Speaking of AXTI, man, at one point that was down 20% yesterday. Let's take a look at AXTI today. Still. But look what it did. I mean, it got down to 36.75, but it closed up here. I mean, with a lot of these stocks, you're going to see daily bars or candlesticks, depending what you're using, that are going to look like this. What this looks like, AXTI down here, and then the market rallied. So closing near the top, still down for the day, but closing near the top of the day, high of the day. So, but ALMU, which I thought might have been something that the reason I was looking at ALMU, I was thinking, well, maybe this is just super lagged AXTI. I mean, AXTI has had just an amazing run. I thought maybe this is just getting going, but in doing some more analysis of it using Gemini, they basically said, yeah, it's still highly speculative what they're doing. Yes, it's substrate, but it's pretty speculative. Could turn out to be a fabulous winner. Boy, that CanF got ugly. All right, guys. Well, I've got about 45 minutes before I take my break, and Dan Merkin will start his own YouTube stream, usually a little bit before noon. When I get the link from Pepe, I'll put the link in our YouTube room because it's going to be another stream. He's not taking over mine. Well, how's this BF.B doing? Well, had a nice bounce off 25, basing now. Maybe though it's going to have another leg down, maybe, but it's basing nicely at 26. I guess if I were a betting man, I would bet that this is going to hold and maybe it'll start to move. There is the VWAP, certainly far enough away. Maybe the VWAP will act as a bit of a magnet for it. It's just basing nicely. It's a big float, and they don't all have to be low floats to trade them, of course. I mean, you're not going to get a better move than this, really. Well, I shouldn't say that. Of course, you could get a better one, but that's just a beautiful move down before finally it started to move a little higher. Interesting. Just give me a moment here. I have one chart from Interactive Brokers on my other monitor. And it's funny, when I click on the symbol BF.B, it just says B. Which of course is not it. That's American Barrack, but it's showing me the stock. I don't understand. When I type when I try to type it in BF.B, it won't take it. This is an Interactive Brokers, even though in the order entry it does. Well, it was showing up here, Alan, many times over. Okay, in the compare count, the upside versus downside movers, it was showing up here many times. It won't show up now unless it made a new low of the day. But all during this, it was showing up. It would also show it up in Williams scan on the. I use it like a watch list. Okay, but understand that I dismissed it because it said BF.B. I dismissed it thinking, it's not going to be that dynamic. I didn't realize anything about it. Didn't realize it was an earnings play, but it showed up on Williams scan also. But certainly here, would have seen it all over the place here in this one, over and over and over again. This one meaning the movers upside versus movers downside. Now, you would have seen it. It's not the only thing. I mean, if you have any sort of a momentum scan, you would have seen it. Boy, CANF. At what point is it going to bounce, if at all? I mean, this has just been crushed now. I mean, the low yesterday was 450. Well, it's an earnings play, Alan. It is an earnings play. So I don't know what they said. Obviously, at the beginning of the day was actually positive. Maybe not. Maybe it was never positive. I don't know. So whatever they said, it's an earnings play. Whatever they said, the market briefly Let's take a look at the daily chart. So there's where it closed yesterday. So yeah, so briefly, and there's where it closed yesterday, 28. So today it did get up to 29, almost 30, and then sold right off. I didn't dive into the earnings release, but that's what happened. Well, yeah, a lot of these, of course, yeah, Alan. A lot of these ones that gap up or gap down, they're based on earnings. Now, not usually these cheap ones. Okay, these really volatile ones that are low floats. Usually, it's because of they either there's absolutely no news and just traders somewhere in the world decided to pile in, or it's a little bio putting out some news, or maybe it's a company that got some kind of a contract. Speaking of a crazy one, HKIT, haven't seen this one for a while. Halted on the way up. Haven't seen this one for a while, guys. Not since the $40 days. How many years ago was that? That was August of 2023. Well, guys, let me get out of my car. I'm a little underwater on it. I was I had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. I'm just gonna wait and see if this gets back into at least into the teens. Talk about the KLAR, but I don't like the little pattern on the 5-minute chart. Again, I have that one thumbnailed, so that's why everything I'm in, I have thumbnailed on my other monitor. I don't like that little action here, red, and then the green or the blue. Sort of. A red, a green bar, a green or blue bar ignored, sort of. But I mean, it's still up for the day, so that gives me maybe a little bit of confidence that it can come back. All right, so William is suggesting that CanF may bounce down below 5 briefly. That's sort of where the financing is done, right? The warrants exercise at 5. Nice bounce, by the way, guys. Shoot, I've missed it. We're just talking about this one holding 20 holding 46. I'm sorry, I'm looking at something else. I'm looking at Barrick. I'm sorry, excuse me. Well, look what's happening. Actually, it's breaking down underneath 26 again for the BF. But I mean, let's face it, the big move. Hard to imagine it'll have the same type of move, but maybe it gets back down to 25. All right, here's another one just over the whole number, AUPH. Where could it go? The next high looking left, 1529. Too close for me anyway, just too close. Now, this is interesting. AZTA. You don't normally get sort of expensive stocks in this scan. The volume is it's not great. What's the spread like? The spread is not terrible. 87.95 is not terrible. The next high is 26.50, so there's a little bit of room for it to run. Got hammered down on earnings a few weeks ago. Hammered down, has not really recovered. There was the high of its earnings day, 32.22, got all the way down to like $10, almost $10 below that before it's having a little bit of a recovery. See if there's any news. Okay, there is some news for this one. Completed the strategic acquisition of a UK Biocenter Limited. This is not, it's a US company though, to expand its biorepository capabilities, whatever that means. Okay, so there was a little bit of news for this company today, AZTA, which is the reason, I guess, for the move. Nice move, 5.5%. Not a low float, not a high float. 45 million in the float. Shorts available in case it cannot get through that 26 level. Wendy's. Well, their news is, so they're going to build 62 restaurants in Mexico. Okay, that's their news today for Wendy's. Not helping. Again, for those of you wondering where I'm getting my news, this is all from Interactive Brokers. Okay, it's possible I would see the news here. No, this is, our news. Our news is reasonably good for seeing news from previous days. Okay, but I use my Interactive Brokers. My Interactive Brokers headline news. So there it is, right there. Okay, guys, I'm almost getting set to dump this KLAR. It's still holding 14. Okay, this could be an interesting one, guys. Look at Quick, QUIK. Look at Quick. Look what it's doing. It's sitting right on the VWAP. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Not great volume. I mean, this is the problem with some of these. I mean, the relative volume is great, 6.7 times normal, but it's only trading 372,000 shares. Spread isn't bad. I mean, it's 3 cents. It's not terrible, but you'd like to see a little more volume come in, especially in a day in which it has earnings. You would think that would be, I mean, in theory, it has exploded because it is 6 to 7 times more on average, but it's only 373,000 shares. So, you could get just sort of stuck in something like this and you're just not going to move. That's what but, had it had, decent overall volume, this would be very interesting to keep an eye on because of what it's doing right at the VWAP. In my opinion, as always, Well, William, you may, oh, there's the eye. The eye was on your scan. 2850, has it? Well, it's moved a bit. 2886, it is an earnings play. Look at that. See, there's a great example of, stock that's consolidating. Look at the 5 minute, look at the 2 minute, consolidating just a little bit above the VWAP. And, people looking at that going, okay, looks like the VWAP's going to act as a support area and then moves. So, William, yeah, that CANF, it is getting closer and closer to 5. Just got down to 570, 560. This was an earnings play. This is out of Greece, right? Yeah. Earnings play, guys, yesterday, GASS, actually 2 days ago, March 2nd. Another one, like, 380,000 shares, 9 times normal. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I forgot to do. I'll do it quickly right now before I take my break. We didn't go over all the sectors. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. I know we'll repeat it because people get confused. There is something called channel bar. Don't click on that. Click on dock to channel bar, okay? When you do that, this is what you're going to see, something like this. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more, scroll down, sector status. And let's take a look at the what's happening with the some of the major sectors right now. So as we speak, so in this top list window, these are the sectors that we are following, okay, in this top list window at the very top. So the semis are having a decent day, okay, they're up. 79% of the sectors are up from yesterday's close, okay, and let's scroll down. What's the worst one? There's energy. XLE is the worst one today. We're not talking, it's not tanking, but it's down. It is the worst one today. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, we have in here 11 of the major sectors. So for instance, let's take a look at energy. 85% of the stocks that make up the energy sector are down for the day. But let's take a look at the ones that are up. Here's MPC. For whatever reason, it is up. It is not an earnings play, but Marathon is up. It's running counter to the sector. We have 3 of them, VLO and PSX. Scroll down to the bottom. What's the worst one today? This is every day is either best or worst. APA, okay? APA, worst. Go over to technology. 76% are up for the day. The top one, look at the W. Wow, look at Western Digital. Okay, 7.6%. Seagate, 7.6%. These are big moves. Big moves, with those sort of floats. But what's the worst one? Scroll down. For whatever reason, CDW. Maybe it's an earnings play. It is not. But CDW is down 2%. Running counter to what its overall sector is doing. Communications. That's what we can see the top ones, but why is why is something down so much? Here's LYV, not an earnings play, but for whatever reason, it is down. Not tanking or anything, but it is down. Here's healthcare, MOH. That's a big move. Actually, it's not as big a move as I thought. I thought it would be a lot bigger of a float. Only 50 million in the float for a $150 stock. Again, scroll down. What's the worst one? Nothing horrible. COO, it's down 2.5%. But you can see how some of you, this might be the only reason you use trade ideas. You might load this every single day and just, number one, take a look at what the strong sectors are, the weak sectors are, and maybe pick a couple of them and just follow them all day long. The strong stocks within a sector or the weak stocks within a sector. Now, there's a way in which you don't have to be in the channel. For instance, if all you really want to do is follow these guys right here, these are the ones that are in this top list. These are the sectors that are being tracked. Well, you can pop out, and this goes for every single channel. All these channels have got scans or top lists or, races. You can pop them out. Pop them out, meaning you don't have to stay in the channel to see them. So watch what I do. If I go into this, if that's what I want to pop out, which I have already done, you can see it's been popped out. I've stretched it out, of course, but it has been popped out. And how do you do that? If you right click, you see where it says duplicate into free floating window. Now, some of them just say duplicate, okay? And that'll do the same thing, but they should, it should say duplicate into free floating window. But again, if you do the right click and you don't see that, you can also click on duplicate. And when you do that, then it becomes free floating outside of the channel. Now you can do anything you want with it. I can save this as part of my layout. Okay. If today, for instance, I wanted to just concentrate on a couple of these sectors, you could pop out. I could pop out the energy sector. Just pop it out, duplicate it into a free floating window. So there's ways to use this. This might be a very simple way for a lot of you to use trade ideas. But it's a good idea anyway, just to at least go to the channel and see what are the top and worst sectors today. Because if you were going to take a semi, you were thinking, I want to take I'm interested in a semiconductor right now. It'd be good to know that the semis are pretty strong today, compared to the rest of the sectors. But if you said to yourself, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking an energy play. Now, look, XLE could be starting to run up. So, that's why what I would be doing is I would have this stock, I would have this sector thumbnail so I can see what's happening to the overall energy. So I probably wouldn't take an energy play right now. Had I seen this, maybe, but I wouldn't take it right now unless the stock has some news on its own. Maybe it's an earnings play of its own. Maybe it has some news on its own. But if you try to take an energy play right now, you're running counter what the sector is doing. You're not saying it won't work, but in trading, in my opinion anyway, let's try to put the odds in our favor when taking a trade. So why go against a sector, against what the overall sector is doing? All right, guys, it's 11:41, so I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes, maybe a little earlier. It depends when Dan starts his stream. Just waiting for the link. Okay, again, if you don't know, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream on his own. He's not taking over my stream, and he's a CEO, so it's your opportunity. He's been doing this for Wednesdays between 12 and 1 for quite a while. So it's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. He's going to go over some scans he's got, I think. He's probably going to go over I don't know what he's going to go over today, but you certainly have the opportunity to ask him some questions. And we don't have it yet, Uri. No link yet. We're just waiting for it. Now, the number one question, keep hammering, guys. Hammer, hammer, hammer. When can we get a scan, our own scan, that will show you the buy flag or the sell flag? Okay. When can we get our own scan to do that? So what I'm talking about is something like this. So here's a scan. So in this scan, I'm looking for, here are my filters, stock between 2 and 50, um, daily average over 10 days, 500,000 shares, etc. Okay. So if all these filter values are met, and where are you, Poe? See what I've done here, new high and the new low of the day. Okay. So I can combine them into one. So here's my trigger. If a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. The last time that happened was 10:39. Or I can get a new low of the day if it meets all these filter requirements. What we want to see is a real-time alert. So how you could create a scan, a real-time alert when you get a buy flag, okay, or a sell flag, using your own trading ideas, trading parameters, okay? So I would ask them that, because right now we can't do that. But if you keep asking him every single Wednesday, oh, I know he loves the question. Probably, I don't think he's listening to me. So I don't know how he answers it. I'm sure he probably says we're working on it, or I don't know. Does he? What does he say when he does answer it? They're well aware that everybody wants it. I don't know what it takes to get it. Mm. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:45. So we're just waiting for the link for Dan. Well, he wants so much for the money machine to work. I mean, to allow people to trade it live. I mean, I know and they've spent a lot of time and money and everything trying to get that to work, but it's too bad we can't have both. But again, I don't know what he's exactly what he's up against. Firstborn. All right, guys. Well, this car is wearing me out. I actually thought it was going to get going and maybe break through 1420. I'm not going to give up on it. Yeah, today is not a good day for the AI. I mean, I'm looking at early on, BGS was very good. Uh, but on the reentries, I'm not seeing great reentries today. BGS certainly was good early on, but I don't use it, I don't use it like, okay, I get the alert, take the trade immediately, ever. How I like to use it when I can pay attention though is looking at the reentries. Today is not a good day for it though. It's just not so far anyway. I mean, nothing saying that this beat couldn't. There's the reentry at 169. It's at 165 now. Doesn't look doesn't look like it's going to, but you never know. Later on in the day, you just never know. And this the RIGL actually was pretty good. I mean, before it popped up, I mean, it did get down to 27.91 from 20. So it was about a $2 drop. So that was pretty good. You just have to manage the trades. You just can't, take the trade and walk away. Okay, guys. So just waiting. You see now, 11:48. Sometimes Dan starts. It doesn't start this talking, but the stream is available sometimes around five to the hour, five to 12. Boy, William, the CANF is just drifting. Still keeps drifting down a little bit. Maybe 568. Yeah, so I'm not an option player consistency. I'm not an option player at all. So you're talking about coin puts. We're thinking that this rally is wow, $5,000 now of Bitcoin. So what do you're thinking that it's a rally that cannot be sustained? If you're thinking, but don't ask me. I'm not an option player. Okay, well, at least we have a few stocks now that have won a couple of races. So here, how's the Affirm doing? AFRM? Pretty beautifully. Swede, Suig. Seen this one before. So later on in the day, I know I say this every day, but it's true. Later on in the day, this particular upside versus downside, when you get the alerts later in the day, and I'm talking about in the afternoon, 1 o'clock on, when you get an alert, usually you will see something that's standing out volume wise. Also, I mean, there is a volume component in here. Also, I don't mean minimum volume, but the volume in the last 1 minute has to be 300% of normal. You really start to see some real standout bars in the afternoon. All right, Poe, let me see if I can help you on that one. POAS, what do you need? You need two? Well, you got two. Boy, this is pretty interesting, guys. I mean, hardly any volume. It's a pretty tough spread, Poe. 201, 212. That's a tough spread for a $2 stock, but there's hardly any volume. I mean, maybe it's starting to pick up, I guess. No news that I can see on it. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the announcement in, okay? Because just in case Dan starts a little bit early. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm not going until I know he's got his link. And then, of course, I'll put the links in for our YouTube. So those of you in YouTube, I'll put a link in for Dan Merkin, the CEO. He'll be starting his own stream approximately between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so there's that. Stop my music. Is this halted? I mean, I mean, look at it. I mean, it's just been stuck here. I mean, that's indicative of something that's just not trading much. Where are you in this one, Poe? I mean, it's just stuck here. Last trade was at 11:53 plus 21 seconds. So it's over a minute ago. Sometimes when we see a lot of these, I mean, they're just trading. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. $198. Okay. Well, okay. POAS. Let's put a price alert for you. I mean, yeah, it's got obviously, I mean, I see why you're doing this. It's got just a massive amount of room. It had that big drop. I think this is this is one of these stocks that just dropped. Yeah, man, 50 cents. Now I remember all this. There was there was no absolute reason for it. Not like it was bad news. The news really, it shouldn't have been up here. And then all of a sudden you see some of these Singaporean, some of these China stocks, midday, they just crater, just absolutely crater. All right. Thank you, Pepe. So here is the link, guys. Oh, it looks like he's got his screen up and running. I don't think he's talking yet. So guys, I'm going to put in our YouTube room. Of course, it's Dan Merkin, not Dan Mirren. Okay, so there's the link, guys, for those of you on YouTube. And then Pepe's already got the link. And here is the link to listen to Dan. And I saw he had his screen up and running. I don't think he's talking yet, though. That's what it looks like. So he's going to go over. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I know I accidentally shut down my screen, I'm on a break now. Okay, I will be putting myself on mute. But I will get my screen sharing up again. All right, guys, I'm back. I think Dan, I don't know if Dan has wrapped it up yet, but I'm back right now. I'm actually looking at this Dawn. I think it's gone a little too parabolic, and I'm looking at potentially short of this DAWN. Look what it got into. Got into the 1165. It's right there now. Now, it does have a little bit more room if it wants to run maybe to the 12 level, but this to me is looking a little too parabolic. So I am looking at this as a potential short for the DAWN. I had some news. Rumor highlighted up 11% after rumor highlighted in in a Betaville blog, Betaville blog. By the way, yeah, the CLAR did not work out for me. I took just as I was taking my break. In fact, as it was starting to do this, so right up here when it was getting a little bit above 14 or underneath 14, as it was cruising down into 14, I should say. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to be on a break, just get out of it. So took a little loss on that one. Yeah, I mean, it's got so parabolic. Look at, how I always look at these waves on the TI wave, and when it starts losing contact, I mean, it's obviously, and on the five, I mean, it's the last three. So, but even on the two, it's not maintaining contact. That is when I start to think it's getting just a little too parabolic. Now, where could it go if it does? I mean, there's the VWAP. I'm not saying it would get down there, but that is the VWAP right down here around 1117. So, maybe get a little bit closer to the 12 mark. I mean, the next high is 1215. This one, guys, this now I know they found out yesterday that they had done a reverse split last, I don't know exactly when it was, obviously last month sometime. 1 for 20 reverse split. So this is not an all-time high. I completely, I don't know why I haven't seen this one today. I mean, the volume is fine. The relative volume is okay. I'm seeing it here now, and this is the alloy. But boy, what a run! Like what a run! 2-day run now for alloy, ALOY. All right, now Don is getting closer and closer to that 12 level. Well, I'm glad we waited, William. I hope you waited. Now it's at 12, and the next high looking left is 1215. Now, maybe that's it. Now that it's funny. I was actually looking to go long right here. You know what's trying to crawl up here, guys, is that CANF, CANF, trying to crawl up a little bit here. A little bit of there's a little buy flag there. It's just sort of inching its way. Again, they did a financing. It was, fabulous look at the very beginning of the day. Got halted at 10:40. Got halted for about an hour and a half, even 2 hours. I can't remember exactly. And the financing news came out around $5. Just absolutely toasted the stock, but it is trying to come back. Well, guys, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's right at that high. 12:15 is the high. Looking left. And there's another high right there at 12:09, another one right at 12:12, and another one at 12:15. So, I mean, it's trying to get through it. Yeah, VCIG, maybe, but I mean, it is. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It could bounce. I mean, there's nothing stopping it from bouncing. It's baselining now for quite a while, though. I mean, it looks like. Remember, this got up to $33. It's going to take a bunch to get people interested, but maybe the fact that it is actually gone negative too. It's hard to believe it's going to bounce. It's actually gone negative from being what? Remember, this was up 200 odd percent in the pre-market. Talk, talk, talk. I was going to take the alloy. Shoot. Not a good spread, though. Not a good spread, but I was really toying with the idea of taking this, but not a good spread. 46.75 right now. All right. I don't know if you're talking to me. If you're talking to me about VCIG, no, I'm not. If you're talking to me, but maybe you're talking to somebody else, Mr. Singh. Okay. Well, what are you? Which one? I mean, I'm not doing it now. I was looking to take alloy. I was looking to take it a little earlier, right around here, but it popped up on me, so I'm not. I'm not interested right now. DFD, DFDV. But don't let me stop you. Okay. If you think it's a good deal, you go ahead. See what I was saying, guys. In the afternoon, we get some of these moves here. Remember, these are all making new highs, but also on volume. It's like they sort of rested all day, and now they're making moves. Look at the volume that came in on the NVRI. See the big volume spike. This one really targets some stocks that have kind of been just dormant for a while. Dormant volume wise, okay? I'm not talking necessarily, I mean, this stock is sort of meandered around, but so there's the NVRI. What sort of room does it have? A little bit of room. I mean, the next high is 1890, so a little bit of room. Yes. Ah, Tom V. Did you ask that question a couple of days ago? Tom V? I'm talking to Tom V in our YouTube room. Did you ask, not to me, but did you ask a general question? I thought I saw a general question come into our email. Did you ask that question about how to make the lines on the chart a little thicker? I can show you how. It's a bit of a trick, but I'll show you what I do. But can you hear me, Tom V? Can you hear me? No, you can do it. So watch what I do, okay? It's a bit of a trick. So here's my VWAP line, okay? Right there. So you're talking about now when you say the indicator lines, are you talking about like here's my VWAP as an example? If I had an SMA, if I had some SMAs or EMAs, are you talking about like those sort of like indicators? Indicators. Okay. Well, let me show you what I do. And I just, you know what? This was just a fluke that I even saw it or found out. I mean, it's not in the manual or anything. So let me take this one right here. So remember how to do it. Now it depends. Are you using the browser interface charts that have the wave on it, or or these charts that don't that are not browser interface? So when you right click on a chart, is browser interface checked or unchecked? It just makes a difference in how you're going to do it. That's all. I'm going to duplicate this chart though. I'm going to duplicate it. I don't want to write over it. I'm going to duplicate the chart. It's checked. Okay, so you are using the browser interface. Okay, so now so let's just say I wanted to put the VWAP on here. Okay, so I right click, go to the indicators, and go down to the VWAP. Main chart area, sure. So I add it. Okay, one color, it's going to be blue. Add it. Okay, there's blue. Well, it sort of looks blue. We're back to it again. Indicators, VWAP. Oh, I see. There's the color. There's the color black. Okay, add it again. Okay, and if you keep adding it, and I don't think it degrades the system too much. I don't think it really at all. If you keep adding it, it's going to sort of make the line thicker. Okay, so if I do it again, indicators, VWAP, I should have chosen another color, would have been a little more obvious, but I added again. See, this line is just going to keep getting thicker and thicker. I've done that for, you know, probably the VWAP. I'm sure I did that for the VWAP here. So that's why it looks a lot thicker than just a very fine line. So does that make sense? You basically just go to the indicator and keep adding it a few times, and that'll thicken up the line. It's not in the guide anywhere. I mean, I accidentally did it one day. You know, I forgot I'd already had the VWAP or some indicator, and I checked and I noticed, oh, it's got the line a little thicker. You mean if this is unchecked, the browser interface is unchecked? Is that what you mean? If it's unchecked, it's virtually the same. I just wanted to. It's just that when you open the indicator box, it looks a little different. So, are you talking about the if the browser interface is unchecked? It's exactly the same. It's just that when you click on indicators, it's not the same looking box, but it's it's the same principle. Just go down to the view app, and here's my color here. I can add it. Same thing. In fact, I think this is easier because I think if I keep adding right here, it may not be. Yeah, actually, this is easier because you can keep going add. I'm seeing right here. Notice how I've got VWAP up here multiple times. So if you don't have it checked, so you could always uncheck it. Okay, you could always uncheck it if browser interface is checked. Uncheck it, do it this way, and then if you want the browser interface, check it. I don't know why. Are you using 1080p within YouTube? I have no answer for that, SG or GS Nation. When you're selecting YouTube, are you selecting 1080p? I can only see what I see, and it looks fine on my end, but so I can't answer that on your end. Don't forget to save your work, Tom. All right, when you exit trade ideas, at the very very least, okay, very least, make sure you click on File, Exit, and then it's going to ask you yes or no. Do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then all your work will be saved, including just your adding thickness to lines. Don't forget to save your work at the or 1080. I'm sorry, 10. Did I say 1020? Don't have an answer for that, GS. Sorry, I don't know why. William, we should have flipped the script on the Dawn. I mean, the Dawn is just running away. I mean, I guess you made a little bit of money on this, but the Dawn is so strong. And look what's happening. It's actually showing up now in your scan. Super late. We don't often get too many late ones in that scan. Yeah, I just can't trace it though. I mean, it's just we're in chase mode right now. I mean, just because now this is more of it, okay? Gains amid takeover speculation. Takeover speculation. The other news was more about. Oh, okay. Now I'm understanding. So obviously, what was ever in this Betaville blog was a takeover speculation. Okay, that it wasn't clear when I just read that headline, but that's what it is. Takeover speculation. And did not know that, William. Did not know that. When I read that, I just thought, okay, another maybe some blogger somewhere, but didn't realize it was. about takeovers. Well, look at Tyra, guys. Tyra's at it, coming out of nowhere now. I wonder if, but look at this. I mean, man, you think that this would be a beautiful short right around now. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 days right at this level. But look at the spread. Well, actually, the spread got better. The spread, when I first looked at it, was about 50 cents. If it's blurry for you, JS, if it's blurry for you and YouTube, you might want to come over to the main room then, which is, I don't get too many complaints about that. Boy, Don. Had you known that, William, would you have still taken the short? That it was takeover speculation? Okay. All right, guys, it's 1:19 now, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time for the day. Okay, guys, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now if you want to. You can get 15% off the first month only of a Trade Ideas subscription, or of course, 15% off the entire year. And it doesn't matter which subscription plan you choose. We have two, standard and premium. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. I monitor 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. So for those of you sitting on YouTube right now, you can come into this room, trading room, if you want. It is free also. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up at 6:45. I don't. I'm a little early for me. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. But Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some interaction amongst other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. And I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 or later if there are questions. But when I do leave, William in this room, the trading room, usually keeps the room open later. And today he's doing that again, 3:45, he says, around 3:45. So most of the time, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Okay, so it's open a lot longer than YouTube. When I leave, I have to shut YouTube down because there's nobody to moderate it. Okay, but you do have the option to come in this room, and it's free. Education, if you, before I forget. So if you keep scrolling down on my, you've clicked on my homepage link and you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And this is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're wondering about the product, is it the right fit for me? Click on the education section, click on the more info and scroll down a little bit. When you see the getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started, covering all the key elements of the program. And again, if you don't have the program, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea as to whether you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, these monthly subscriptions are just month to month. It's no long-term contract. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you. If you're new to trading, there are 15 of them. And last, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, here's the information that I'm currently sharing. So this is the large cap gainers is over here. Upside versus downside movers here. I don't have this race up and running. This is a more volatile race. If you have this race up and running, you will see stocks that are, it could be moving 1, 2, 10, 20% sometimes. Rarely in this one. Doesn't mean it's bad, just means they're not as volatile. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market, obviously, to see the ones that are moving the most from yesterday's close. I have the top 15 in each, the top 15 up and the top 15 down. Pulse resumes is over here. And I do have some other scans that you can take a look at if you want. So I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then Pepe combo scan. So if you have any questions about them, feel free to ask. Trading, it's both of them are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, I probably can't answer it, but I can direct you to the people who. Having said all that, any questions? So let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. Now, the last time we looked, it's interesting. The last time we looked, SMH was the top one. The semis were the top one. They're now below yesterday's close, obviously, or where are they? Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, I didn't have it at the top. Okay, so SMH is still the leader. Uh, Tech stocks, so SMH, tech, the nukes, and uranium. Most of them are positive for the day. 73% of the sectors that make up this top list are positive. So the worst one right now is energy. XLE, not tanking or anything. It's down 0.8% from yesterday's close, but it is the worst performing sector today. Boy, this Dawn is still doing it. See, these percentages are not huge, but doesn't mean they're not good to trade. I mean, let's look at the AMLX. Typically, this is what you're going to find because this is a large cap race. You know what? I'll go over it right now. Why not? Now, notice how few stocks there are in here. Now, this is not a static list. It's interesting because the market is up quite a bit, and but yet there are not that many stocks meeting all the filter requirements. But again, this is not a static list. By that I mean you'll see stocks coming in and out of this list. Why? Well, first of all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, notice there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. See how it just expanded as we're speaking. So why is that happening? I'll go over the race itself, but remember, all races start from a top list window. So when I look at this top list window that I've created, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $10 and $70. 200,000 shares have traded, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Now, this is what prevent it. The other race that I'm sharing on my homepage, well, it'll be a full list. The reason why there's not that as many on this is because I've got a couple of things in here. Market cap has to be at least $500 million. Minimum float has to be where's the float? It has to be 50 million minimum. This is probably the one though, the position in the day's range where it says 95. What that means is this: if I had 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day, right at the very top of the day's range. So at 95, it'll be very close. It could be right at the top, but it won't be. It'll be very near the high of the day, and that prevents obviously a lot of stocks from maybe showing up. But you can see what happens. So what happened is obviously, because when I first opened this, I think there were only about maybe 10 stocks, which meant that or whatever, that maybe a stock was that was at 9.99. It now is at 10. Maybe a stock that was at 94% is at 95. Things like that. Maybe a stock was up 1.9%. Now it's at 2%. Or if a stock drops below these values, you're going to. So this list, basically, it's not a static list. It'll be, you get a lot of information coming in here all day long. Now, so what is this race all about, though? So I'm running a 4-minute race. Since the start of the race, a little over 2 minutes ago, this stock, Janks. Now, again, it's not a huge move. If I had that other race up and running, you'd see some big, big moves. But this stock has moved the most since the race started. It's 0.33%. Typically in this race, because it's a large cap race, if you see something moving 1%, I would definitely click on it and see what's happening. Because, for a stock to move 1% with that sort of market cap, et cetera, the minimum float, it takes a bit. So what happens, though, is that over the course of time, I started this race at 9:30. Notice there's a top 10. There's 10 stocks in here. It automatically creates a top 10 list for you to focus on of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So BW has won 6, PBF 4, etc. Okay. So this could be interesting. Just over the whole number, ALHC. Yeah, a little bit of room, guys. 1942, 1908. I wish it weren't quite as extended. I wish we were seeing this when it was maybe here. Okay. But it's sort of gone little bit parabolic, a little bit. But that's what you do, though. You can, if you see a stock at the top of the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. You see a stock in this list, click on it, see what's happening. Doesn't have to be leading. Also, you don't have to wait for the race to be over for you to click on it. If you see something that's just showing up, here's Galaxy. I mean, we saw this earlier today. This could be interesting. It's a little bit of a meandering, but it's over the whole number. And I mean, look at the room it's got. 25, almost $26 to the next high. That could be very, very interesting right now. A little buy flag, but he had a sell flag and then a buy flag. So it could be very interesting right now. Look at the weekly chart, even more room on a weekly chart. So, if the stock has won a race before, click on it. We know Dawn has won 3 races now. Let's see what it's doing. Maybe it's finally found the top. You have about 15 minutes at the top here. These are 5-minute charts, so we've had 15 minutes. Now, what the race really is all about, open this top list again. That's a pretty big list now, getting bigger. So, again, if I were showing you the other race, it would have a full complement of symbols. And not that, but I can still demonstrate it here. And some days, this will be full. Surprised it's not more full just because the market's up 6 points. Everything's up. Surprised there's not more meeting the requirements, but it is what it is. So what the race is all about, though, is right now. If I sort on the change from the close, sorting meaning I'm going to rank them. So if I double left click on this column header, which I've done, that's C%. That's the change from the close. That's showing me the stocks that are up the most today, meeting my filter requirements. Obviously, there's some stocks that are up more than 37%, but meeting my filter requirements, this stock is up the most. And then there's I, 12%, etc. So you can still use a top list like this. You want to see the stocks that are up the most, down the most, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you have a column header, if I double left click on that change from the open percent and see what that happens there. So I has moved the most since its opening trade of the day, 14.9%. Okay. So you can sort on any column header as long as, of course, you've got the column. But what the race does, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks now, what stock is moving the most since the race started. So I happens to be near the high here. But what if I don't know, cargo right here is up 2.3%? What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it just started to move? It's up 2% or 3%, 4%, 8%. How would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is moving? Well, you don't have to do that because that's what the race does for you. The race, again, doesn't care. All it cares about is what stock has moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. Now, here's Dine. Where's Dine in this list? There it is, 5%. So, it is now moving for whatever reason. Olma. And you can see, obviously, it's like any other race. The stocks are jockeying for position. Who's going to win it? Okay, so that is the concept of racing. And in our user guide, there's a whole section on stock racing. I think this is a sort of race. If I were starting out new to trading, I would concentrate more on a race like this, just because it's not quite as volatile. Okay, because we've made it so that the market cap is, not that $500 million is a huge market cap, but most of the things we're seeing in here are probably very low floats and low market caps. Nothing wrong with that, but if you're starting out trading, these volatile moves, it's great when you're on the right side of them. Not so nice when you're on the wrong side. So if you click on my homepage link, and scroll down again until you see the education section. I'm going to expand it just a little bit. Click on the more info. And at the top is our user guide right here. And if you click on the user guide, everything I just talked about is in the PI stock racing section. How you can control. I'll show you briefly. For instance, people ask, well, why do you run a 4-minute race? I don't know. That's what I picked, and I've just stuck with it. But for instance, if you took this race, and you wanted to make some adjustments, you don't have to start from scratch. If you took this race right now and you click on the gear, now first of all, I want to duplicate it, because when I do that, it's going to stop the race. So I'm just going to duplicate the race. So if I click on the gear, that's going to give me some really quick things to items if I want to modify them. Of course, very quickly, if I want to modify the minimum price and max price. So I want to modify that price range. I want to modify the minimum volume. I can do it right here, okay? But I can also, if I click on advanced, I can see every filter that I'm using. So in theory, I could have had I have a few filters in here. If you didn't like some of them, or you wanted to change some of the values, you go ahead. Maybe if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add some filters of your own. So it's a very quick way of taking sort of my race and modifying it to your style of trading, what you want to see, without having to start creating a race from scratch. Okay. Now the other thing is when a race is running, okay, so to stop a race, you just click on the box, and once it's red, now the race is stopped. And here's how you can make some further adjustments. So if I right-click in the body here, remember now, all this is in the guide, okay? I right-click and then click on Show Race Setup right at the very top. Now, here's how you can control some things, like, for instance, how long do you want your race to run? I'm running a 4-minute race, but if you want to run a 3-minute race or a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want, that's how you can control it. The other thing, which I think you might want to take a look at, if you can see this, auto start at time. I have checked that auto start at time, and I've said 9:30. So what that means is that No, I load all this before the market well, before 9:30. But this race will not start until 9:30 because that's what I've selected. That's what I want to do. It doesn't have to be what you want to do. So for instance, if you checked auto start on load, what that means is it's going to start immediately when you load a trade ideas. So if you load, this race, for instance, in the pre-market, and you have checked that, then it's going to start to run immediately. Okay. I decided I just want to see the race starting at 9:30. You don't have to do the same thing. Okay. Again, all this is in the guide. I don't expect everybody to remember everything I've just said, but it's all in the guide. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. All right, guys. This alloy is really, I mean, it's a very risky one. They did the 1 for 20 reverse split last month, I guess. I can't remember what day it was, but um, and I mean, it looks like an all-time high, but it is not, even though it is now showing this as an all-time high. Am I wrong? Isn't this the one that did it? Isn't this the one that did the 1 for 20 reverse split, or am I thinking of another one? Well, this could be a late dayer, guys. I mean, look at this. The spread is actually tightened up a bit. 72.85, 72.85, tighten up a bit. Yeah, I'm almost sure this is the one that did the 1 for 20 reverse split. I don't believe that this is an all-time high. It's an all-time high as trading as ALOY. Hmm. Yesterday there were no shorts available for this one, but today there are 90,000 for the alloy, ALOY. Interesting. There were no shorts that I sort of remember looking at that yesterday. Well, this one is really fought back today. GTLB has really kind of fought back. Still down for the day, still down 6% for the day, but not nearly. Look what it did too. It came into the VWAP. Look at that VWAP. Almost like, I mean, it was like a trampoline. Boing. Well, I'm just kind of, I mean, obviously it's got room. I mean, 27, 24, but it is still a beaten up stock. It is an earnings play. Maybe though tomorrow, maybe it'll continue its recovery. I mean, if it closes near the high of the day, I'm talking about the GTLB. Guys, the energy stock's getting a little weaker now. XLE, it's XLE through the VWAP now, through the VWAP. Guys, Don might be the one. I mean, if Don takes out that 13 mark, I mean, it could go on a late day run. Is at the top here. But even if it did, well, it's okay, 1294, 1315. You would think that between here and 1315 it's going to stall. I mean, it already is kind of stalling. Well, guys, I don't see too many more questions coming in, so looks like more and more that I'll be taking off at around 2, unless there are some questions. Yeah, so Obi's talking about Gemi making new highs. Yes, GEMI making new highs. You can see it right here, guys. These are these stocks right here that you're seeing in this ticker tape will be a lot more active than this, and usually accompanied by a volume burst. Earnings play. Didn't know that. This is an actually I'm wrong. This is an earnings play tomorrow after hours. This is the OMDA earnings play after hours tomorrow. Well, every time you see Dawn here, guys, it's making another new high. DAWN making another new high. And it's just making another new high, guys. Dawn, over 13. What a move. I have a 30-minute chart. But even that move on the 5-minute, I mean, that came out of nowhere. So this is where the rumor mill started, right here at 12:45 when I was on my break. That takeover speculation. Okay, I am not familiar with this vernacular. Uncooked, who cited a Betaville uncooked alert that was circulating on Wednesday. So I know what cooking means. I know what uncooked is, but in this particular case, boy, when you look at a 15-minute chart, it's even more dramatic. Look at this, straight up. Yeah, when you see the same stock in these two, definitely an idea to keep an eye on them because these are large cap, and this is for a stock to be in here because it also has a volume component. It has to have a volume burst also. If this ever turns orange, guys, I mean, this little 2 minute, I doubt if it's orange on the one. Pretty sure it's not going to be. Yeah, if it ever turns a little sliver right there when it was basing, but if it ever turns orange in a more dramatic way, this could turn into a nice little short. Talking about the DIWN. Well, guys, no questions. So it's 2 o'clock now. So I think maybe I'll just head out. Now I'm probably going to be in the chair for a little while. And what happens is I come in and out. So if I do happen to see a question, I will do my best to answer it. But for the time being, so what I'm going to do, so YouTubers, I did put you'll see my homepage link. It's the last link in YouTube. If you click on my homepage link and you want to come into the other room, it'll be open until 3:45 right here. Here it is. You can come in. Okay. And it's free. It's free also. So for YouTubers, I must end the stream now. So I'm going to end the stream. We'll see you tomorrow.